How can something as beautiful as this be dying? A plague is ruining the land, but the tree of life still stands. Question is, for how long? End is coming to the new world. The tribes stand divided, in need of someone strong enough to unite them, or bring them all down. This is a story with an unusual beginning. So, let's expect an unusual end. Welcome to BIOMUTANT. Encode your DNA. Define your genetic structure. Choose a genetic resilience. Choose your first style. Pick your main color. Choose your detail color. Pick a class. Commando. Deadeye. Siegfried. Saboteur. Sentinel. Saboteur. Siegfried. Commando. Deadeye. Commander Siegfried. Saboteur. Sentinel. Saboteur. Sentinel. Siegfried. Commando. Deadeye. Commando. Siegfried. Saboteur. Sentinel. Sentinel chosen. That'll work. Here's somebody with a troubled past, drawn into the spotlight of a story that's already begun. We're already at a crossroads. Choosing a path in life is that fork in the road where you make a choice or simply stop living. But for you, it's not only a crossroad, but a choice. A reflection of your key, the primal energy that flows through everything.
Let me introduce myself. I'm the light and bright side of you, or your inner voice to be precise, an echo of balance and consequence of your actions as you move forward.
Seems more like you're being light-headed if you ask me, but you'll come around, eventually.
But what comes around goes all the way back around. So, it's better to stick to your instincts. You can't fight what's in your nature.
In your nature, and here I was hoping we'd be all about natural selection, survival of the strongest, and so forth. If that's not instinct, then I don't know what is.
Natural selection is all about evolution and progress, and as soon as there's enough light, darkness will disappear.
Right is always right. Stories of death and the bodies left behind. A reminder that we're at the mercy of nature and the one that preys on others. Do you remember the beast that shattered your family? Or did you choose to forget? You turned your back on our world and got lost in your own. Meanwhile, the predator only grew stronger. For it. This is not the time nor place to end this story. This time, it was best to run and live to fight another day. Let us hope you're ready for it when it comes. The predator isn't the only threat. The wildlife started to mutate when the end of days began, and the Tree of Life started to die. Don't slip. The oil sludges everywhere. To most, it only means death. Some have adapted to the new environment and changed with it. Evolution has its ways. Smash the dash. muscles like steel. Look, an emergency box from the once was. A rare sight. That pipe looks weak. The claw bar should come in handy. Whoa! It's time to find a way out of this place. No, really, I mean it. The morks produce biomatter in their multi-rooms. They shed under the stress. Clogs that affect the cellular... coding strands of any living being when absorbed, including you. Clamber right up. Toxanol built vessels called arks to save themselves from the impending doom. But was it too late? It is only from the flight logs of the single ark they left behind that we know other arks traveled through the sky and beyond. It seems those that came before us never lost hope in finding a new home for their kind. There are few records of the chain of events that led to the big apocalypse eons ago, but it's clear the world wasn't prepared for how recklessly the Toxanol Corporation would make its mark on the world. Their rare earth mining and nuclear industries generated tons of waste, and, without consideration for the future, they dumped it all in landfills until they ran out of space. That's when they made the big mistake. They began dumping the toxic waste in the surf just off the coast instead, assuming that it would sink and decay with time. And they were right, but no one was prepared for what was about to unfold. Once in the surf, the radiation interfered with the genetics of the wildlife and created bizarre mutations in their offspring. It had an inconceivable impact on biodiversity and the entire ecosystem. The world as they knew it crumbled as nature retaliated. It would never be the same again, and what remained of it became ours. Spark metal going pew-pew is never a good thing. It's coming from behind that door. A warning label. The box looks like a potential brain melt. It's going to take a bit of puzzling to short-circuit the door. Just a few moves left. Make them count. There you go. The wheeled one is outnumbered. You'd better help him out. Crushing. That's the last of them. Let's talk to the wheeled one before backup arrives. You always find good use for things like that. He wants to thank you for taking his side against the scavengers. He sounds familiar. You just can't figure out why.
Ja moluvando.
He presents himself as out of date. He knows he's way overdue, but he hasn't given up.
Befarbihita hun tukub kirko.
He doesn't seem surprised that you don't recognize him. You were just a child back then, the night everything changed.
Tu wovu.
There have been rumors of a one-eyed Ronin seen outside the Great Wall, and he's happy to see it's true.
Iboda kilmok.
The legend of the one-eyed child that grew up as an outcast is old and sad.
Beboko kontabe.
The child could have been anyone, but the evil it had fled had left a mark, a facial scar to remember the past.
Ikobe. Ifari kobo farmu.
There's no doubt you're the child, and that what Lupa Lupin did to your village, your Muma and Popsy, was the beginning of the end.
Atu awa ya ea.
He says it has taken you a long time to bring the past back up to the present, to find your way back, but he's grateful you have.
Maotoliawahu.
It was after the attack that the unity fell apart. Your Muma's disciples divided and formed tribes as a reaction to the blight that had fallen upon the land.
Tamuk gabamuktab.
Had it not been for the Tree of Life, no one would have survived. He hopes you at least remember the tree. Asks if you were tired, as it's a bit of a hike here from the village. He wonders if your Muma knows you are here. You're such a good child, so you probably did. Even the young forget. He understands why you came all the way out here, to see them, the potato people. The potato people, or Nono, are a wonder, somehow interlinked with this little tree here, fueling its source of life. You might be right. Like potatoes, they're packed with energy, an excellent source of ki. The Nono prefer to hide in glitter grass. He says you should get over there and ruffle it. See if you can make one come out of hiding. You found one. You should be proud. They don't come out for everyone. The Nono's ki energy is just what the Pensai needs to complete its cycle and grow into a tree of life. Only time will tell. At least his intention is to dedicate his life to it. He has the feeling the fate of the world depends on it. You'll need to support the tree for a long time to come. The only way it'll grow tall is with the burst of ki released from the Nono as they become one with the tree. You'll need a net to catch the Nono, and he wants you to use his, but asks you to be gentle. The Nono are sensitive beings, an embodiment of ki, the primal energy. You handle that net like you've never done anything else. He's impressed. One day, he hopes the tree will have grown tall enough to sustain the world. But today, your focus is getting this one to become one with the tree. Now that you've seen the Nonno's connection with the tree with your own eyes, you have no reason to doubt. From this day on, he'll make nurturing the Pensai into a tree of life, a life goal, not only for our village's sake, but for all of us, everyone. One day, the land won't be as peaceful. Not even your Muma will be able to protect us. He says you'd better hurry back to the village before your Muma comes looking for you. You did good here today. No, she's got lots on her mind and needs rest after the raid last night on the Lupin camp with her disciples. Wonders if they let the Predator family live or not. He lost you there for a while, but no memory is alone. It's part of a trail you can follow. He says he remembers every single day he devoted to growing the Tree of Life, but now he's afraid it might be in vain. The tree started to die when the end of days begun, and it wasn't long after that the World Eaters arrived. The genetic evolution that occurred after the apocalypse the Toxinol Corporation inflicted on the land set the World Eaters' DNA into overdrive. His friend Gizmo is working on a Mekton and needs help defeating the Jumbo Puff at the end of the West Route. Wiz is still repairing his octopod to confront the Merc Puff that dwells deep down under the surface at the end of the Northwest Route. Nocco has tamed the Midget and is preparing to take on the Hoof Puff at the end of the East Route. Finally, Goop is almost done with the Goo Glide, a machine able to ride the waves of the surf all the way out to the Porky Puff at the end of the route to the southeast. Out of Date says his friends are gearing up to stop the World Eaters. There's one at the end of each route. The road ahead won't be easy, but he's counting on your support. His friends aren't strong enough to end this on their own. He wants you to understand that you'll all die if the tree isn't saved. Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the situation with the World Eaters. You're getting the hang of it. Quickest way out is through the roof where they came in, and the rope looks strong enough to climb. Thank whoever left this climb stringer here. know that the Tree of Life is dying. Its days are numbered. Without help, it can't endure the environmental change and assault from the World Eaters. A signpost maps it out for the cartographically challenged. Let's see. Must be the World Eater that chewed off Out-of-Date's leg. You'll need a hat trick to bring that down. Look, a survivor. Glad to see someone made it out alive. He's heard the stories about the terror inflicted by the World Eaters to other enclaves, but never expected one to come all the way here. He worries there won't be much left to save if this continues, even if the Tree of Life survives the attack. He doesn't know what your connection is to this place, but something tells him you've stayed true to your heart. Anyway, he needs help and says it's by your actions you'll be judged, not by your intentions. He's grateful for that. You still seem to have a spark of light in you.
Ah! That's a spark of light in you!
What's there to like about light? It hurts to look at.
Not as much as it hurts to look at you.
Always making this personal.
And you're always trying to pretend it's not.
There's Out-of-Date again. He must have missed something important. Out-of-Date says you will make a better stand against the World Eaters with the support of a tribe, and there are two nearby. The Myriad tribe is likely to be a good match as they act on the understanding of the greater good and have a code of honor. Regardless of who you choose, it won't be easy, as the conflict between the tribes is worse than ever, teetering on the brink of war. The Myriad's conviction to stop the World Eaters began when the Leviathans rose from the depths of the surf. Siding with the Myriad's movement for wholeness in a fragmented world might seem like the logical thing to do, but is it the right thing? One thing's certain, though. Destiny arrives all the same. The Jagni tribe only ever had one conviction: to bring balance to the world by wiping out the weak. They believe a cleansing is necessary to restore the world, and want to let the World Eaters bring down the Tree of Life. But siding with Jagni isn't necessarily a bad thing. Fate will find a way.
Yuba Tuluwawa.
Out of Date says someone needs to break the stalemate and shift the balance of power to either Jagni's or Myriad's side.
Maotoliawahu.
He believes the tribe Sifus, Myriad especially, will listen to you and expects you to pay at least one of them a visit and play your part.
Cantita duela bofo.
Out of Date will be waiting for you beneath the Tree of Life if you lose track of what you need to do. Another fork in the road. It's either the tunnel or the motor bridge. What'll it be? It's unusual that natural tunnels like this still exist. Most of them got flooded. This area was beautiful before the tribe war began. Look at it now. It's a war zone. That's the Myriad Tribe's fortress. Will they be friends or foe? You should head up there. That way you'll know. Let's see. It's a beaten path to that door. If you go there, you'd better make an entrance. Says they're wary of strangers. They're at war. Hopes you have patience. The Sifu can't stop himself from talking sometimes. Let's hope this isn't one of those days.
Sibi? Lafanen aginkanman. Geradna fal hutut mustugai la wute.
The Myriad tribe act on understanding of the greater good and a code of honor. They believe uniting the tribes is the only way to restore the peace. The Sifu is convinced that defeating the World Eaters and saving the Tree of Life is the only way to make the world a better place. He welcomes you to the Myriad Fort and introduces himself as the tribe's Sifu. But he was hoping you'd show up. The news of a vigilante Ronin on crusade crossing the Great Wall through the crack in Bunker 101 has preceded you. He heard you took out-of-date side against the scavengers in Bunker 101. It seems you believe in helping your next, and that's something you have in common.
Hello?
There's something about your spirit that sparks memories of you as a kidling. He can still sense you're kind-hearted. The Sifu says sometimes one memory can make another come to life. He hasn't thought about your Muma for ages, even though she taught him a lot. He was one of the original Wang Fu disciples. There were 6 of them, but the unity fell apart after Lupa Lupin attacked the old village. Soon after, they formed new tribes based on their own values, and when the Blight started, the animosity escalated to war. Myriad wants unity between the tribes. Their goal is understanding of the greater good and establishing a code of honor. If you believe there's some good in everyone, there's still hope for tomorrow. You'll unite the tribes and defeat the World Eaters to save the Tree of Life. He was hoping you'd join them. You understand that there's no harm in doing good to others. The Sifu was waiting for something to tip the balance in their favor, and with you by their side, he's confident you can unite the other tribes. The one you should coerce first is the Jagni tribe.
Jackal thinking.
Their kin have run out of options and found themselves backed into a corner. Even those who desire peace have been forced to prepare for war. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen.
Buka mun lo sada.
You both have gentle minds, so they want to wage a gentle war. A war that bonds as much as it breaks.
Schleine verrotna mika.
Tells you not to be afraid. Your fate cannot be taken from you. Claim the rival outposts and earn the right to wield the tribe weapon.
Vladetik.
Once you've dealt with the rivals' outposts, you'll challenge their Sifu to unite their tribe with yours and let your kin share land again.
Britta.
Seeing you brings back his memories of the old village.
Dankand.
He remembers your kind and unselfish soul and can sense you still have it in you, the will to do good.
Fire frame.
Anyway, the memories you make with your family are strong and can sometimes come to life. Passing the old village on your way to the first rival outpost might help. Says there's an interesting place nearby that no one knows about, but doesn't really want to talk about it right now.
Egu tout le moite. Egu alors. Uturatak.
Says you look trustworthy. Might as well tell you where it is.
Wena wehe wele.
Wishes you would just give up and let the world burn.
Sonotele mela.
We'll be around when you return.
Bonapupei e pankenetjus.
Feels good to know you met the old one. He knows more about nature and how to fix it than anyone.
Papaika.
Says you'll see each other later. Beware, that's a mump up ahead. They were hit hard by evolution, the wonky ones especially, deformed and unfurled. Ready to dive back. Not enough key energy. As long as you're happy about it. Time is lost on this place, but it evokes a tingling sensation. There's something special about it, drawing you closer. Let's see. As time passes, memories fade, and sometimes feelings change. It's not about who you were, it's about who you'll become. This story is far from over. Echoes of a long-lost past, like whispers in the wind. Here's someone who takes each day as it comes. He wonders where you've been. He hopes you've been out at the lake, practicing your swimming technique. Learning to swim can be scary when you don't know what you're doing. But fortunately, he's here to give you a helping hand.
Tuisapi.
He thinks you should really know how to swim by now,
Tirami.
and he'll be honored.
Annap dapat ko. Tuntua. Tuisa. Yango.
He says that wasn't too bad, was it? Way to go. Don't let the sound of the waves drown out your spirit.
Sisa tiarianu.
But you need practice. Lots of practice. Judging by your Muma's look, it seems you forgot something.
Asil natu.
You promised you'd train with her before the sun goes down. It's time to go.
Sana yote.
The dedication to training is important. You can't rely solely on the fact that Wang Fu is in your blood.
Sana yote.
You should know, practice makes perfect.
Taifaname numa.
She'll see you at the village square.
Ferena masalapu.
She'll be waiting for you. There will be a surprise for you at the end, too. Here's another familiar face with lots on his mind. He was hoping you could help him pick up some scrap for a thingamajig he's working on. He's happy to hear that from someone that's a part of the coming generation. You owe it to yourself to protect the environment. You should look for things that are recyclable. It shouldn't take you too long to find some. He wonders what usefulness you found. He says every little thing counts. He can work wonders with almost anything and asks if you know how to upcycle. He says only a few are willing to do the little things, but if you make enough of them, they can have a big impact too. He'd love to teach you to upcycle, and the scrap you found would be a good start. You did well, but he can't help but wonder why you decided to craft a weapon. He believes being considerate will help you feel at peace with yourself. He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It seems you have a talent for this. It looks like she's starting to lose her patience.
Pial tu, ma...
You know she doesn't like waiting for you. She wants to see you on the village square right away.
Ferena masalapu.
Then you've got a good excuse. You share a responsibility to prevent hardship on nature and the environment. It's your future.
Kanoruta.
She wants you to grow up and start thinking for yourself. You really need to find yourself before she's gone.
Katjaktopulupta.
That's all she's ever asked of you, that you'll try and give it your best. You can't do more than that.
Kentsib.
You've always followed your own path, but this time she needs you to follow her. They look determined. Better watch out. He asks you to stop right there and wonders where you think you're going. That makes him wonder why you were here looking for it. There's no way they'll let you pass. He wants to know who you think you are. They push each other to become better, and sometimes someone gets pushed down along the way.
Tate ko baba sakting.
She asks if you're hurt. What happened?
Andro?
She says it's nice of you to consider them, but they have weapon training at sunrise tomorrow, so they'll need all the rest they can get.
Sana yotutupu.
The most important thing is that you're okay.
Sana yote.
It's time to focus on your training now. Here's someone close to heart, doing what he does best. He asks if you could help him, too, before you leave for training. He'll talk to her, sure, but you know she wants you to accept responsibility for your own actions and future. He suggests you get going and find him gadgets and ideas for how you can upcycle some old fabrics. He's curious to see what you found. He's all for renewal and has even considered making the trip out into the wilds to look for a bionucleus pool and refresh his DNA. He says it's about time you learned how and offers to teach you, starting with the scrap you found. The style might be too edgy for his taste, but it looks sharp on you.
Inta badam faurujuro.
You should take it with you, wear it to practice.
Sarevanyad zap.
He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It seems you have a talent for this.
Sanna jote.
Your Muma says it's about time you got here.
Jojo no massaman barut.
Wants you to understand that you can do anything if you work really hard.
Kialdo male canoro tono.
She says she is eager to get started. You don't have much time left before the sun goes down.
Antoro.
Your Muma says you did well today. She's so proud of you.
Sanna jotutupu.
Thanks you for being such a good student.
Kalino.
Been working on a present for you, with the help of Gizmo and Wiz.
Anson bara.
You should go see him and find out what it is. You've deserved it. Catchy.
Kala.
Your Muma says she's never seen an apparatus as green as this little thing. It's wonderful.
Dere.
A piece of Scraptronics like this has built-in old-world tech that makes it a potent communication device.
Naro lute.
It's called an automaton, and it's hardwired to your DNA. It'll follow wherever you go and see whatever you see.
Pala.
You're lucky to have such a fine helper with you.
Arieloche nui mumera.
Your Muma says you look tired. No wonder. It's been a long day.
Andro.
Says a good rest makes you ready for tomorrow. Rest, and you'll find strength for tomorrow. Nothing could stop Lupin from setting the world on fire.
Toro. Can see.
Your Muma urges you to blaze a trail. A burnt kidling will learn to dread fire. Give it a last burst and you'll make it.
Berry.
Your Muma says this is it. The time has come. She must fight Lupa Lupin. This time there's no escape. She can hear him coming.
Inadabsunka.
Whatever happens, you need to know she loves you. And everything she's done has been to protect you, your Popsy, and those she was chosen to lead. Here it comes. The past coming to haunt the present. must go through fire and water to make it out of here. Your Luma says you can make it if you believe in it. Where she goes, you go. Blood is thicker than water. You're in deep surf. Don't make waves. The surf goes where it wants to go. It'll take you to the shore as long as you go with the flow. Death is not to be feared by one who has lived life with a pure heart. A part of her will live on in you. The creature is hungry for more. Nothing is going to stand in its way now. If a sacrifice is made for someone else, it's not lost, but passed on to the next. Life must go on. Real sacrifice comes from love and necessity, when all other options are exhausted. The ultimate test of conscience is the willingness to give up anything to save what you truly care about. What you do for yourself dies with you. What you do for your kin remains and makes you immortal in their memory. As the moment fades and is lost, the only thing that remains is loneliness. It doesn't mean you'll forget your past. It simply means you need to move on. The tribe's caught a fluffy hog. Better watch out, it's no pet. They couldn't keep it down. Fluff Hulk's on the nailed it.
Sì, pregnantia.
They've received news a Ronin had strengthened their ranks and were looking forward to meeting you.
Nagenle mayag manrunab.
A group of myriad crusaders already headed out to Jagni's Mercadorpus outpost and are waiting for you there.
Right to.
You should hurry there and help them best the outpost.
Ano po paano dekiji ki nukipa?
You complete them. From this point on, the myriad is unbroken. Look, an emergency box from the old days, when you needed to pack a punch to survive. Wow, bet that nut makes a tight fist. Tunnels like this still carry echoes from the past. Can you hear it? That notice board? Filled with the leftovers of used-to-be wants. You're getting close to one of those old Toxanol brick towns. Pay attention. The Toxanol Corporation made this place, and then just threw it away when they were done with it. Toxanol never cared about the waste, as long as they didn't have to pay to clean it up. There must be a track somewhere in this brick town. Just hope it's not buried. Control your destiny, or someone else will. Loot. Let's see. Finders keepers. Yeah. The future is in your hands, so take care of it. Never thought I'd see a clothes soaker from the long gone again. It's an up cleaner of unwash, the clean-cut way to unstain garb. You need to get the pegs lined up to get the clothes soaker rolling. You really really put a spin on it. You hardly ever see those. What you do here matters to you and the world. You found the track. Amazing it wasn't destroyed. So much of this place was just discarded. Lucky the track somehow made it. No, it was never nice. It was new once, but that's not nearly the same thing. Just being new never lasts. The tracks moved on from Bricktown, and you should too. Would you look at that? A fry sparker from the back in time. Hardware that fix-cooked provisions. Try it out. See if it still works. Looks like the fry sparker's knobs need to be in sync if you want to get the hardware working. It's a fry sparker mindset. Boom! You got something. It's not exactly what you wanted, but you got it right away. Nighttime is ending. A flush stool from the back in time. It's an apparatus that sink-sunks yellow juice and brown bobs. Let's try out the brush away. See if you can off-chase some drip droppings. Seems like the tighteners on the piping need to be unturned correctly to drain the flush stool. That's the kind of trouble you really want to wash away. Be careful down here. Easy to get trapped. Handy. That's more for the hero you're going to be. You found the whereabouts, the deepest, darkest forest in the land, sometimes hard to see for all the trees. don't learn. It's awful bright out today. That's a resource totem, a monument left behind by those that picked scrap, trying to keep the area clean. Ah, some wood scrap. Always happy to find that. You feel faster. That's a Jagni tribe outpost. Scrapalicious. The scrap keeps piling up. Knuckles.
Usætter kommer søde.
You don't know Goop. He builds a goo glide. He's the goofy sort, but decent. Ooh, that's biohazard. You look ready. Should have gone for a bigger size. Nothing's going to waste. Let's see. Let's see.
Madasulo Kobo.
Says it's time to set the outpost free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to the rival captain.
Yunubutu Saka.
Freedom is not worth having in a world that's doomed. Here's the first line of defense. That's a bomb lock. As it was spotted, wrecked it. That twirly wheel works that drain pipe. Spin the twirly wheel and open that drain. Didn't line them up just right. Spin the twirly wheel and open that drain. Everything's clocking together. Until you try. Keep going. That cage is holding a helper. They never lost hope you'd come, but weren't sure if they'd last long enough to see it. Says the tribe's been hard on them. Wants revenge on those who caged them, but trust you'll take care of it. A sharpshooter. The scaffolding looks unstable. Better stay clear of the red ray. Here's the second line of defense. Bet a big bump will bring it down. Switched off the light. A barrel shoot. Smack it to get a barrel out of it. Then hit it toward the gate and blast it. That looks sploding. Shoot it and watch it blow. Not too close, though. You're in. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger.
Getting up. Firma Gatano Shuburo.
Says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You've earned the privilege of carrying the tribe's weapon. Figures the honor belongs to the tribe, too. Outerdate says he's doing his best to keep up, but from what he can tell, it seems you're making progress with the tribe conflict.
Potawata.
He had a feeling you'd get along with the Myriad tribe, but it remains to be seen what the future holds for your alliance.
Yeah, move forbo. Boom.
You seem to share the same values as the Myriad tribe. You both have the same optimistic outlook on life. At least, for now.
Jevovo lollan awful.
But out-of-date emphasizes that solving the tribe conflict won't matter unless you help make a stand against the World Eaters. That doesn't sound good. Out-of-date's forebodings are justified. The jumbo puff needs to be taken care of.
Mauketo tul attu iamanau.
He says the time has come to confront the jumbo puff at the end of the west route.
Papa mofubak.
Gizmo is working on making his mekton strong enough to endure the oxygen-deprived dead zone all the way out to the World Eater.
Cantita duela bofo.
You should get over there and see what you can do to help.
Tugai la wute. Maneslengyo.
He knows things that you need to know.
Saramoto.
Says you covered the important things already.
Firth Taperuel,
Doesn't believe you're such a fool.
Tabbejob for Ahlefist.
Understands you have other places you need to go. The sun's a long ways away. sky's getting grayer, lighter every moment. The board mainly has posts from those that used to work at the chug yard back in the days gone. They don't make much sense these days. Not much more to say about the board, but Gizmo is holed up in the underyard here working on that Mekton of his. The Toxanol Corporation used to run chugger-chuggers out of here, big machines on rails with smokestacks that fouled the air. They can carry you anywhere you like. Well, anywhere that they go to, and then you can leg it from there. You're on the right track. Keep your eyes open. Tribes always scavenging for scrap, and the yard has plenty to go around. But they should have stuck to looting instead of playing around with sprockets. Get up! Better days. Scrapalicious. Bomper Bonker's busy ram-banging the door. Let's see. This is turning out to be quite an expedition. Burn to all. Yes, you can do anything. The sky's the limit. Now, let's take this back to Earth. Wow, you really took that all the way down to the end, in flames. It's a wonder some of these up and downs still work. Guess they built machines better in the past. The spent nuclear fuel that Toxanol dumped in the surf had detrimental effects on the marine habitats, while the overflowing landfills contaminated the groundwater. Combined, this sent their world hurtling on an inevitable road to ruin. I need to brush up on my Wando, but I have a feeling he believes it was you that caused the bang at the yard. Oh, and he says he knows you. You used to call him Gizmo. He gave you the oil-greased hands when he taught you how to upcycle. Gizmo remembers you as a nice kidling, and he can still sense the warmth of your good heart. But Gizmo says how you experience a memory can be different. You know the story, but sometimes the truth it brings is personal. It carries so much hate, and its insatiable hunger has only increased over the years since it claimed revenge on your parents. He understands history made Lupa Lupin a big part of your past, your present, and soon, your future. You still believe there's some good in everyone. You still have hope for tomorrow. He says you should know that what's meant to be will always find a way, but history shouldn't consume you. Gizmo encourages that. You should forgive, but never forget. It'll provide some comfort to your soul and keep the memory of lost loved ones in your heart.
Fan that flame!
Wait, no! Bright light blinds! It's dangerous!
I've got all the cold sick burns you need, Dark.
Oh, do you have to insult me over this?
I don't have to, but I want to.
Hard to believe the world is actually going to survive. Just seemed impossible till now. Grateful to you for coming back and doing your best to change things. You were the only chance they had. Wonders if you liked working with the Myriad. They always seemed so centered and so seeking. But that's not important now. Gizmo says it's taken a long time to bring the past up to the present, and where you go from here is up to you. You need to set the past aside, at least for now. He can't leave the Underyard as he has no protection against the vacuum in the dead zone. So you need to salvage scrap to upcycle the Mekton, starting with the old crate outside. You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. There's no time to waste if you want to make the Mekton strong enough to fight the Jumbo Puff. It's the part of the land that suffered most from the apocalypse. It's deprived of oxygen, making it next to impossible for anything but creatures that were most contorted by the contamination. It's a game of life. yours and everyone else's. Looks like the switches need to be turned to match so enough charge can flow through the conductors. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. That's a gnote. Easy prey for Lupin. For everyone else, they're a perfect mount and easily tamed if they are kept fed. This actually feels refreshing. Better to be on top of a mount than standing behind it. There's short of breath and death to this zone. Better take care. He who half breathes, half lives. That's the leftover you're looking for. That's more like it. It only gets weirder from here. It's more than a little scary down here. biohazard. Sickening. You could put that to good use. You sound a little wheezy. He says that's enough to get the Mekton functional. You'll have an engine, a fuel soaker, a gun, and a gathering net, but no armor, nor enough oxygen supply. He made a suction device, so the Mekton can use the black tar as an instant refuel. You can also use it to clear oily goo puddles, so you can pass and access hard-to-get-to areas. He's been working on another project for the Mekton, a cannon, but it needs ammunition, and by that he means the scripts. He says if they're trained right, they'll turn into a distraction for the Jumbo Puff. The best way to find scripts is to go talk to Moog. He knows the ins and outs of every breathing thing left alive after the apocalypse. Unfortunately, this means you'll have to venture farther out into the dead zone than Moog's camp on the steep depot. Once you find Moog, he'll be able to give you directions to where you'll find scripts. Gizmo thinks he's a little peculiar, but very knowledgeable. He has the ins and outs of all monster and creature whereabouts. the grease monkey's mekton is built sturdy, just like himself. Can you imagine how this place used to look before the dead oil flood? The sun is high. Might want to hold your breath before you head any further. You're about to witness the breathtaking vistas of what's known as the Dead Zone. In the old world, roads like this really led somewhere. Now, most of them lead to disaster. That over there is Steepo Depot, the cliffside that Moog hangs on to. Hear that? It's called quiet. Time to see what's above.
Botse. Inmo. Diava.
Let's see. This one's impressed to see you out here. He figured you'd be dead by now. Not many are as tough and clever as you must be.
Ja.
Claims he goes after the most dangerous game, huge monsters.
Zatunak.
Moog says that all your power doesn't do you a bit of good if you're not willing to pull the trigger when the time comes.
Hoja eskuku Johanna.
Choosing what to kill and what to spare are the most important decisions you'll make.
Some.
You might have a steady aim, but you need to be sure that you pick your targets with care.
Taran mihanda kaguno.
It's hard to make those life or death decisions for others, but someone's got to do it. Otherwise, they'll do it themselves, and you know they'll miss.
Tudu Baba.
When it comes to monsters, he mostly picks who dies.
Everzimmet.
Says it's wild that the world seems to be coming back, but he supposes that means more monsters for him to shoot.
Taremayak.
Wonders why you work so hard to keep things alive. Bullets help thin the herd instead.
Lech.
Says you should give up on working with the stubborn myriad. He keeps trying to put out their lights and they keep putting up new ones.
Ziehen.
Says they keep the monsters away. He needs them closer, not farther.
Sirka full de horse.
But enough of that, right?
Mushtag Bala.
He says the wildlife, nature, has changed and turned against us. Instincts of survival took over when the world changed. He's not sure about their veggie diet anymore, and if it's changed, who knows what it's done with the chemical composition of their body output.
Muntea Mastola.
Right now, though, he feels he's come to a point where he's got a pretty clear idea on the whereabouts of monsters, both tall and short.
Wa.
Says as big as they are, the world is bigger. To find where they are, you need to see where they've been.
Zeda'in Yach.
Moog says you must learn to walk before you can run. It takes practice before you can call yourself a monster hunter.
Kumo uno shalafin.
Fortunately for you, he can help. He understands you need to start off with something small before you go big.
Kidlo.
There's no better place to start than a squip cave. Hunting down a couple of these little critters for yourself should keep you on your toes. Thinks you have bigger issues than your so-called haunting skills if you're going to nitpick on his grammar. What's your choice? Dying? Disgusting. Biohazard. Just gross. Just go to a place like this to get a proper meal back here. Crack open that tin can and escape. Stompity stomp. Getting that much closer to perfect. So much sharper. Everyone should have one of these. Don't waste too much energy. Wait, it's the scrip hole-up. The place is just filled with critters. Blasting it. The right key could open this. Once the volatilization from the nuclear waste evaporated, a volatile gas rose through the soil and infested structures, even Toxanol's own buildings. So, in a way, they caused their own death. Idea. Go knock the lid off that sludge truck. It'll fill the place up and you can get up to that entrance there. If a story is about you, careful. You need to line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. Quick work for a shiny blade. Right out. Seemed like this night might never end. He says that's enough scripts to sustain the Mekton's claw crane cannon with infinite ammunition. Well done. That's the special weapon he made to store the scripts in the Mekton. It will be strong enough to launch them at the Jumbo Puff. Gizmo's made vehicles before to confront the Jumbo Puff himself, but failed. But this time, it's different. The Mekton will be strong enough to do the job. It's time to put a stop to the World Eater now. Otherwise, he fears the damage it's caused to the tree already will be too much to handle. There's time to improve the Mekton before you confront the Puff. There are more wreck boxes out in the dead zone with gear you should be able to equip the Mekton with on your own. He got the idea to build the Mekton when he found a big crate containing the metal frame for something Toxanol had named an exoskeleton.
Junie, don't now.
Gizmo wants to help if he can. Thinks if you need a note, you should find Noko. She keeps them all safe. Wonders at how you think you might actually do some good in this world. Understands you have other places you need to go. Gizmo wants to help if he can. Says you're smart to take care of business while the sun is up. Understands completely. Gizmo wants to help if he can. Says you'll see each other later. Such a bright day to wander around in. Mercadorpa's outpost, a Jagni tribe stronghold.
Ano po paano Dekiji ki nukipa?
The vendor says you can browse his goods any time during opening hours.
Lasurate me susute.
Hopes your custom is worthwhile. Would be disappointing if you walked away empty-handed. Sparkles about how brilliant it is to have someone like you that shares both genetics and karma in the myriad spectrum. Asks you to check out the wares, confident you'll find suggests you take it easy. Deepened your pockets. A bargain.
Aku think only
The vendor says you can browse his goods any time during a...
egu anu hanu.
That always a deal to be made. A sealed deal. Take this seriously, or it'll take you down. Bet you could make something shiny out of that metal. This area is biocontaminated. It's really hazardous. Blistering. Stories keep moving whether you drive them or not. E-waste, the stuff you need. A critic. It's a rare sight. Treasure it. Wildlife here is teetering on the brink of extinction. We all are. The meat eater again. Nothing seems to satiate his hunger. The note is done for unless you intervene. If you want to spend this whole operation underground for a while, then you're on the spot with Bang Shelter 6D. Right in the face. The end is coming to the world, and everything else. That's a neat fixer-upper. You should check it out. That wood scrap seems like it would be perfect for your plans. There's no time to look back. Too busy moving on. That's a good find. Pick up the pace race. probably make something glossy with plastic scrap. There's a monolith right there. Keep your eyes out for Nono. Don't know what that e-waste was. This is no time for sleep. Here is Knack Hill, the patch that Pebble calls home.
Mana pengar. Så jag ritar med fingerhåndpunkt.
Seems wowed that you made it all the way up here to wherever he happens to be. He's not quite sure about that himself, having gotten here accidentally.
Hon missar vårt samband.
He was just passing through. The fact that he's no longer passing is where the accident comes in.
Bara ritsata.
He's bowled over by how you managed to find him. Someone who could do that could go just about anywhere. You seem solid, hard to crack, and always climbing higher. What could stop someone like that? Wherever you're heading next, he hopes you keep strong and tough. You'll need it to get through all the horrors of the world that lie ahead, no matter which direction you go. Wants to know what you'd do if you made a mistake while trying to get someplace. Would you head back down and try again? Or would you try to continue on from where you were? Thinks he might just stay here forever instead. Says he's not sure he's happy about the world surviving. Means he's stuck here longer. Wonders why you tried to save the world. In the end, what's the difference? Curious about you working with the Myriad. Don't all those lights they use hurt your eyes? Suppose that's great if there's something worth seeing. Let's talk about happier things. He says it's rare, but sometimes he gets caught between a rock and a hard place. There's no worse spot to be in, and this time is no exception. He's always felt insignificant, like a pebble to a mountain. That's why he's climbing now. He wants to feel on top of the lowlands for once. He realizes that one who doesn't climb can't fall either, so in a way, he guesses he's safer here, not going anywhere. Says he doesn't really know. The days all blend together when you're stuck in one place.
Pampatura gadon.
Pebble's risking death by staying or leaving, so he won't stop trying until he's able to climb out of this dying world.
Franzica.
He figures he just has to be more careful. Also, it would be better if he knew where to climb.
Bangash.
He doesn't want to be a pebble in your shoe, but if you'd help find some better spots for him to climb, he'd be really grateful.
Bangash and Dirakalam.
Thanks you for not just walking all over him when he's down.
Light instantly banishes dark.
How much light do you really need?
All the light, all of it!
I mean, you could leave a little space for the dark.
All the light.
Getting wetter by the minute.
Sakashala Zagadam.
Pebble seems to balance the way he talks to you.
Goma.
Understand? Let's see. Says they've been waiting for you to help them liberate the outpost. They've scouted the outpost while they were waiting and suggests you have a look at what they found before entering. Says scouts spotted a moth nest close to the outpost. If you destroy that, the moths should infest the place, looking for a new home. Figures the moths will drive everyone in the outpost nuts. That's when you dive in. Just get to it and destroy it. Be on the watch for a way out. You've been eating right. Boom, boom. Nice work. No more moth's nest. There go the moths toward the outpost. They're good and mad. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Clothes make you look unnaked.
Hello?
He says you did a great job capturing the rival's second outpost. You've earned the privilege of wearing the tribe's colors.
Get out of phone.
Believes you'll make them all proud, too. Can you navigate by starshine? The light's coming back. Didn't quite get that sunbright lined up right. You got it dialed in. See where that light leads? This area is blazing hot. You'd better have something that'll keep you cool if you're going in. Good ridey beast, no hurty. Claims to have strange things. Just follow that beam over to the scribble stone. Can't miss it. Oh, check out the scribble stone there. Wonder what's behind it. You can't really understand your story till it's done. Glitter grass. Smells like a nono nest, doesn't it? Stay on target. Shot it up. Finished him off. Good hit. Better than nothing. When a story comes to you, pay attention. Built from the finest stuff. Spot that fixer-upper? Got to be something worthwhile in it. Go get on it and run fast as you can. You run like the wind. You have hours stretching before you. Asks, could anyone take out a world eater with 3 heads? Says you should take it easy. Gripes about how everyone looks like they crawled from the underworld these days. Wishes they knew where their friend Trim is right now. There's no better fur dresser in the world. He set up shop at Spurftop. Complains Spurftop is a little too far, even though this woolly coat that requires furious daily care is in dire need of a trim, as you can see. If you see him, be sure to ask him to give you a makeover. Not that you need it, but you do need it. Says you'll be a better furball for it. Watch your balance. Claims to love chatting with you, no matter the state of your fur.
Will it dilute you?
Says the Jackney tribe has worked harder than anyone to get respect. Wants to know what good you think you can really... Claims to love chatting with you, no matter the state of your fur. Seems to them that the days are getting shorter as the world strides toward an end. With so much night, you need lanterns to be able to get anything done. Their friend Mito makes the best in the land. Find him if you want one. He's at a place he's named Brightlight, selling his lamps. Listen for the catchy tune. Mito is open for business around the clock, so no need to rush. It's probably easier to find him at night, though. He has so many lanterns, it would be hard to miss him. Bets Mito would give you a fair price. The Bully-Bull glade is beautiful. Watch out for Jumble.
Balani?
You're here for a reason. It's up to you to figure out what that is. Let's see. He'd heard about you blending your way into the world, but he'd feared you might stew in your own juices instead. Figures it's always just a little too long until the next nutritional intake, even if you're making it yourself. He wonders what you're going to do now that you've grown so tough and strong. Will you feed the world or watch it starve? You smell fresh and ready, like the kind of person who values nutrition and how it gives you life. He tells you that you are what you drink. So if you want to be good, drink wholesome. Otherwise, the junk will hollow you out inside. Thinks life is full of all sorts of ingredients. It's up to you what to put into your blender and your body. And if you are what you drink, what happens to you when you choose different things? Agrees that it does, but then you change the world too, right? Thinks it's amazing how the world is coming back to life. So many fresh things to drink. Says he's impressed with how hard you've tried to make things decent and tasty again. Thinks it's awesome you joined the Myriad. They're always careful about the things they put in their bodies. Nothing but leaves and light. Thinks if you're with them, you must be too. Thinks you should get your convo cooking.
Bo.
He's curious if you've ever had soup tastier than life itself. If not, you've come to the right place. He's widely known for his jumble juice.
Wanna did up.
His thoughts are like his juice, all jumbled up in his mind. Those who claim to know him even call him Jumble. Can you believe it?
Wanna did up.
He needs more customers to claim that they know him. He promises to look after you if you look out for something for him.
Ne mana de.
Thinks that once you taste it, you won't ever want to burble anything else ever again.
Ni matolaki.
Jumbo wants you to keep your eyes peeled for a band of color that brightens with the sun after it rains.
Tu?
He's on the hunt for a concentrate of that prismatic refraction of sunlight forming in tasty droplets of rain in the sky.
Miwa de la puka.
Find the concentrate he's looking for where the color hits the ground. Bring it back, and he'll mix a jumble juice to share.
Ne mana de.
Agrees with you entirely and would be thrilled to share such tastiness with the world.
The light shines on.
Better isn't the word I would use.
Right, not better. Best.
You're the worst.
The worst of being the worst. Or just the best.
It's Nanby, a new village for you. You're soaked straight through.
Wautuan platsie.
Happy you're no longer so shy. Good to have you.
Piappo. Nebek kul.
Wishes you goodbye. Says you'll get a special price and a wrap-up on the double. Says the place hasn't been doing as much business lately, so there's plenty for you to choose from. Never know what you might find. Says you should enjoy the day. Remembers when there was enough nature out there that animals could feed themselves just fine. Rescued a bunch of squips, but can't find enough food for them. Seems silly that these critters are so picky, but would you help find some squip food for them? They're called pips. Squips love them. Says the squips are wicky-picky, but you should be able to find their food. Just collect enough of the pips and drop them in their cage. The squips are getting hungrier by the second. Thinks you'd be a great squip keeper yourself someday.
Tulo mudre mayo.
Shopkeeper claims you won't be able to find.
Anu pupano de kiji ki.
You have a chance to change the future for good or bad.
Dejleuleren med fælele.
Says you'll get a special price and a wrap-up on...
Emma sagde og troet. Nam dog bævner man borger.
Ask
Der gik. Fader senere tiner mig tappende.
Done and done.
Benne Lassie taler som usætte koma sidde.
Got what you wanted. Let's see. The plague that's ruining the land needs to be stopped. Sometimes your mind creates an illusion where it's possible to go back in time to relive a moment in your life. We all have things in our past we wish hadn't happened, and can come to remember seeing and doing things that never happened. However, there's no doubt that what you remember makes your future different. Choose the automaton functionality you want to recall. Good thing you recalled how to activate the automaton's health injector. That will be useful. Maybe it's time to take the offensive in the dark. Don't lose your way in the blackness. Thinks you should track down Goop. He should have completed his surfer-durfing Googlite by now. Says it's hard to worry all the time about the Looper Lupin devouring the world. Maybe a ringdinger would take the edge off. Sadly, they can't get it themselves. But you could do it easy. Figures it can't be too far. They've heard it dinging around. Heard the ring-dinger dinging a while back. Probably hasn't moved too far. You should grab it before someone else hauls it away. You can ring anyone you like then, right? Thinks you'd be a great dinger. A moon could make this a hunter's night. Says it's bad enough the Tree of Life is keeling over. Now they have flies infesting their crops. If those crops die, no one around here is going to have any yum-yums to eat. They need your help to drive those flies away before the crops all die. Says there's a giant bellows you could use to blow them away. Asks if you can see that giant bellows over there. If you could point it in the right direction and then jump on it, well, maybe that would do the trick. Thanks you for thinking of their tum-tums.
Come toward the light.
Slow down. Why would you rush in?
When you see what you want, why wait?
Well, what about being careful?
Pah! Poppycock! Full speed ahead!
Night is the time to take care of business. The only way to clear the nag flies out of here is to jump on those bellows and blow them away. Get hopping. Just check that skronk out. You blew those flies away. Whoosh! Wants to know what you need to air out. Understands you have other places you need to go. tells you to stop by and jaw-wag about pips of all kinds any chance you get.
It's high on the wall, I'll be away, yeah.
Listen to all that night noise. New thoughts for you. There's some e-waste. Sure is dark out. The bright color arch is riding high. Follow it to the end. Slash and dash. Just when you think it's darkest, the dawn. This is called suburbia, a place to get away from the city stink. You found the chest at the color arch's end. Kaboom! Just line up the gears on that lock, and it should spring open. That's a colorful find. Heroes inspire in a way nothing else can. The day almost makes you want to smile. You need to unturn the pipe tighteners to drain the flush stool. That's the kind of trouble you really want to wash away. That's not too bad. The world is full of secrets waiting to be uncovered. Have a good eye for that stuff. Buffer than ever. The day is here. Close encounter. All fired up. Armed. Person. Chop chop. think this place would be crawling with worms. Feel your way through. Get the knobs in sync to make the hardware work. It's a Fry Sparker mindset. Boom, you got something. It's not exactly what you wanted, but you got it right away. Grab on tight. Got one. Slash. This story needs a hero. Not every day you see a ray lighter from the back in time, but here it is. It's an apparatus able to message lumen rays. Hope it still works. Seems like the controls need some organizing to set the mechanism in motion. Excellent. That's illuminating.
Cofintra Bidwitchen. Cofintra Bidwitchen.
The world needs saving. Make the most of the day.